Hello, friends. It's Thursday. What are you up to? What are you doing? Let me know in the comments. I have my coffee in a new mug. I went book shopping. Well, I went book shopping twice. Once last week, and I went again yesterday. The one last week is where I got this mug. The one I did yesterday is going to be a shop with me video that you're going to see next week. So that's exciting. But binge reader. I felt like that was appropriate considering I'm currently binging the Imperium series for a video. If you don't know, I got talked into this. I can't tell you anything about it, but I know so many people who have messaged me and are like, "You're reading the Fourth Wing series? Like the whole thing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I was talked into it." I have until March 10th to finish all 3 books because that's when I lose Onyx Storm on audio. So I have basically a week and a half left to finish the rest of the Empyrean, which should be doable. We're going to cross all our fingers and toes, and I'm going to read it for the next 8 hours because I need to get through some more of Iron Flame. Because this is for a secret video, I'm not going to be able to talk about my thoughts on Fourth Wing or my thoughts on Iron Flame. But we're going to hang out. We're going to get reading done. We're going to be productive together. We're going to chat. We're going to have a fun time. I am not as far through this as I would like to be. As you can see, I'm only on chapter 18, which is page 167, 168, depending on which way you count, like from the last page or the first page. But yeah, I still have a lot of Iron Flame. I have 20 hours regular speed on the audiobook, so a little over 10 of uninterrupted reading. It will not be finished today. Not even possible to be finished today. But my goal is to read 1 a week. So as long as I finish this one by Tuesday, I'm on schedule, which I feel like that's doable. Considering we're going to knock out a good chunk of this today, I think I'm okay. We'll see. We'll see, friends. Also, I feel like Onyx Storm is the smallest one. May not be. Fourth Wing might be the smallest one. But it's smaller than this one. So like once I get over this one, I'm heading to the end. You know? Anyway, let's see how you all are doing. We've got Kelly here. Hello, Kelly, on chapter 16 of Phantasma. This one is on my TBR. At some point, I will read this. I have high hopes for this. Will I like it? I don't know. I've heard very good things about it. So I really want to love it. Good morning, Alex. Going to be reading A Song Below Water. Hi, the other Alex. I love that the Alexes were back to back. Going to finish Legends and Lattes today. Fun. Hi, Rachel. We'll be reading Dream Chaser. Abs is here. I am doing well, doing a reread of God Killer. I know. I was talking to Julie about this on Monday. Julie and I were doing Patreon sprints on Monday, and I was like, I feel like Faithbreaker comes out really soon, and it comes out at the start of April or like the end of March. Like it comes out very soon. I think it's the start of April. And I have not done a reread yet. And I believe I remember everything that happened, but truly God Killer and Sunbringer, like what happens at the end of God Killer is the start, like the next minute is the start of Sunbringer. Like there isn't any time passed. You dive right into like the next happenings. And I'm assuming Faithbreaker is going to be the same thing. So I feel like I need to do a reread, but like I do not know if I have time. Maybe I'll just do a reread of Sunbringer. I don't know. I feel this. I need to somehow fit this in, but like Timmy's this month was not mean, which if you haven't seen it, it went up yesterday. So if you haven't seen Timmy's, you can go watch that. It wasn't necessarily mean. It was not necessarily helpful, if that makes sense. I had to add a lot of books that like I have intention of reading soon, but not necessarily next month. So they're the really mandatory reads that I need to read. Some of them got on but a lot of my mandatory reads didn't. So that means, a lot of extra books in March that I was not necessarily going to read in March, but now I have to. So to add even more books, it's going to be a challenge. Hi, Claire. Long weekend. Yay. Hi, Meg. Claire, this is a series I also need to get back to. Honestly, this would be another reread as well because I would need to reread Red Rising at this point. There is no way I remember enough of what happens in this book to go right into the next one. It has been way too long since I've read it. So I would really need to restart this series, and I really want to continue that one. So it's something that I definitely need to do. Hello, Aqua. Hi, Patricia. Reading Tease by Melanie Harlow. It's an arc of the, and an arc of the Made Secret by Nita Prose. Nice. Hello, reading Deep End, and we'll be reading Fourth Wing after. We are on the same page here. I just read Fourth Wing last week. Obviously, I'm reading Iron Flame this week. And I'm also going to be reading Deep End this week. For those that don't know, this is the March B&K Book Club book. And I will have bonus sprints right here on this channel on Saturday morning. And Kelsey and I will be reading Deep End. So if you need Saturday morning sprints at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be here. I'll be scheduling those tomorrow. So definitely something if you want to just come hang out. You can read Deep End or you can read whatever. We'll be working on Out on a Limb later. Hi, Ro. Hi, Stacy. Snowing here today. So it's a good day to cuddle on the couch and read. I'm switching between a couple of things, but reading before I let go in the first sprint. Sounds good. I'm sorry that you're having snow. We are knocking on all the wood, having spring weather. I know. I'm scared to scare it away. But if I look at like the 10-day forecast, it is spring weather for like the next 10 days. Other than like one day that's really, really cold, but it's not calling for snow. It's just going to be really cold. So I feel like spring is here. But again, I'm knocking on all the wood because it could change at any moment. Hi to Neil. Hoping to finish today's pages of Paladin's Grace. I did that this morning. I Voxered you this morning, so you'll get to listen to that when you catch up. I'm really proud of us all. Like, we are all doing so well at keeping up on this buddy read, which is not always the case. I am always behind on a buddy read. So I am proud of me for keeping up on this one. I think it's because, Ticking Fester is just such an easy read. Hi, Sir Vasha, getting a roast in the crock pot for dinner. Libby is being ridiculous, so I probably need to start yours truly. Got the skip the line copy today. I hope you enjoy it. Reading The Wildest Thing, a sapphic post-apocalyptic Snow White retelling. Star. Thank you, Ro. Happy time zones, everyone. Need to update my friends' book club and then do a bit more reading for Get a Clue. Yes, can you believe it is almost the end of Get a Clue? I need to submit some books. I've been doing junior detective. So I got out of the habit of submitting as I go. I did for the first little bit, and then I got out of the habit. So I need to go and submit a bunch of books for Miss Peacock. I can't tell you. I can't tell you if I'm liking Fourth Wing and Iron Flame. It's going to be a big secret. I have read Fourth Wing before. I did not love Fourth Wing the first time I read it, but that was 3 years ago. But take that as you will. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I gave it like a 3. Probably also going to be finishing up Falling by TJ Newman. It was good. Hi, Nina. How are you? Hi, Helen. Have about 1.5 hours left of the audiobook for a clue bonus prompt. Listening to Don't Eat the Pie. Oh, that's a fun one. Hi, Neva. How are you? This is true. Nicole and Coda are doing a read along of Godkiller, Sunbringer, and Faithbreaker for anyone who is looking for that. Thank you. I knew that was happening and my brain didn't even think to mention it. So thank you, Tennille, for doing that. Hi, Anna. Just finished Iron Flame yesterday. I'm so excited to see your thoughts. Started Heartless Hunter and only 15% in. This book is moving up my TBR rapidly. Heartless Hunter. Obviously, Iron Flame is already on my TBR as I'm reading it. But so many people have been reading this, I think, in anticipation of the next book coming out. And a lot of people think it's a fantasy romance that I'm going to like. So I need to get to that one. Hi, Anne. Need to finish The Mighty Red and then Clear by Carrie Davies. by Tuesday. Okay. So we are also trying to get some books. I'm trying to finish this by Tuesday. We're in the same boat for different reasons. My guess is for the Women's Prize long list. It is that time again. How has it been a whole year? Only hopping on for a few minutes before my meeting, but hopefully coming back later this afternoon. Sounds good. I hope your meeting goes well. 3 pre-orders. God Killer, Little Thieves, another book that I need to reread before I read. And I haven't read book 2, so I need to like get caught up. The Tainted Cup, I need to try this book. I need to try The Tainted Cup so that I know if I need to like get the rest of them, you know? Hi, Anne. How are you? Just finished Dungeon Crawl Carl 5. Loving this series. More sophisticated as it goes while still being funny. Deciding what to read next. Do you have options? We love to help. Need to finish the audio for Phantasma in Fourth Wing today. I didn't realize you were reading Phantasma. How did I miss this tidbit of information? Also, good luck. It probably does. It probably does. It typically, or for God Killer and for Sunbringer, it released in the UK about a month before it released in North America. So that makes sense to me that you would be getting it about a month before yeah, that was the same with the other ones. Fourth Wing and Iron Flame will be some of my first reads in March, probably due to library due dates. That's why I had to binge read them in 3 weeks. Also, I want to get this video out, so it worked out. But I somehow lined up the Libby loans for all 3 Empyrean books to all land at my Libby at the same time, which with the wait lists on those, I feel like I am some sort of magician, honestly. I do. I have spring weather. I don't have snow. It's like +6 and sunny. It's beautiful here. I'm living for it. I'm living for the spring. Deep thaw. So we might be done with snow. This is what I'm hoping is yesterday we melted so much of the snow and also the ice. We've had quite a lot of like freezing rain and ice pellets this year. And also a lot of really low temperatures, like -20 Celsius, by the way. So for like us, everything is just coated in ice. So I'm hoping that I know it's going to take longer for everything to melt just because it is solid ice. But I'm hoping after a week of basically this week, most of the days are above freezing and most of them are rainy days, which rain also helps, melt snow because water melts water. I'm hoping to get rid of a lot of this over the next few days. 35 degrees Celsius here. Can I please come, Nina? Can I come and stay? I would gladly live there. It's a really easy read. And this is true. We've only had to do about 50 pages a day because we're doing a 7-day breakdown. I've been really enjoying doing a 7-day buddy read because it's really easy to slide in with everything else going on because everybody is busy. So when you do it over 7 days, you don't really have to do that much in each day. And also if you get behind, you have time to catch up. Working on finishing some reads for the Clue Readathon. Good morning, Cora. Going to finish 2 books that I'm in the middle of before the end of the month. Hi, Bethany, just popping in from the office. I'm glad that you have less meetings today because you have been so busy. Ooh, favorite fantasy romance book or series. My favorite fantasy romance is 100% When the Moon Hatched. I adore that one. I also really liked Quicksilver. I'm very new to fantasy romance, so I'm just starting to really discover what I like in fantasy romance. I've been known to be quite harsh in rating fantasy romance, and I still think I am. I've recently had 2 DNFs in the fantasy romance genre, so like I'm not completely able to just like vibe totally with fantasy romance, but there are some that I can just vibe with. It just depends on the fantasy romance. I need really good, strong character work, and I still need a good plot, like a good fantasy plot. Like I require both, if that makes any sense. Those have been my ones recently. If you want a bit cozier one, because I am reading Paladin's Grace right now, but and I am enjoying Paladin's Grace, but I enjoyed Sword Heart by T. Kingfisher quite a bit. And that is a fantasy romance, but it's like a cozy fantasy romance. And I'm really enjoying that, or I really enjoyed that one when I read it as well. Oh, it's for KU Clean Out. Got you. Like Deep End, didn't love it, but I'm excited for Ali Hazelwood's next book in the Bride series. I have gone back and forth on this one, honestly, because Bride is my least favorite Ali Hazelwood, but I mean, I still gave it 3 stars. And I have read every single Ali Hazelwood that is out. So I feel like I need to read Mate. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I need to read this. But like, do I? I don't know. I've gone back and forth. Because I do like Ali Hazelwood's STEM romances more than the paranormal romances. Um, but like also I've read every single one. So like, you know, here we are. Reading Finley Donovan 4 and a Bone in His Teeth, a gay mermaid horror romantasy. Knew the first 2 books came out first in the UK. I, for some reason, thought the last was coming out on the same date. You would think, but no. Snow is gone. Ooh, lucky. Lucky, lucky. I think we'll still have it for at least a couple more weeks because it's just all solid ice. I am so sorry, Kendra. Kendra, big hugs. And I'm so glad that we can keep you company. We're here for whatever you need. We love you. We send you so much love and your family so much love. And take everything take all the rest and anything that you can get. Because I know that can be so much with everything going on as well. Reading How to Save Babylon, such a good book. On a trip to get coffee, pick up books at the library. We'll join when I get home. Sounds good. Yes. Big hugs for Kendra. 100%. 100%. Well, it was just yesterday, still so fresh. It's been about 44 degrees Celsius. And the last few days we've had snow was melting. I think it's supposed to switch to rain at some point, and hopefully this is the last of it. Ready for spring. Same. Should I start my March TBR or struggle through the last book of February? Start your March TBR. Start your March TBR. First of all, if you have to struggle your way through a book, put the book down. It's reading is for enjoyment. It is not for struggle. So, and also like start your March TBR. We are the ones that decide, like we make the rules, we can change them, you know? Going for God Killer. Libby calls on Sunbringer. Sounds good. Ooh, I didn't know this. Oh, that's exciting. We'll have to buddy read that one to Neil since we buddy read the first. I need to read this book desperately. I believe it is on my list for this month for my buddy read a week goal, but I have to double check that. I have not read the Bridge Kingdom series. So I haven't read that one. Sitting here wondering why I feel so tired, haven't had coffee. Coffee. We need the coffee. Had rain and it cleared it out, plus very spring-like weather. I love that you are having a nice spring, honestly. It's so good that I feel like spring is coming early and it just makes my heart so, so happy. Enjoyed Bride because it was finally something different from her. That's totally fair. See, that's what I like about Ali Hazelwood, though, is that it's kind of systematic in its way. I like just knowing what I'm going to get, even though it does tend to be the same book over and over. Like, I find it like comforting that I know exactly what I'm going to get from an Ali Hazelwood, if that makes sense. Also new to reading fantasy romance, just finished Throne of Glass and Akatar. Will soon read Fourth Wing. I'll try the books you said. Yeah, definitely. And those are all really good, like intro. Like I even find like Fourth Wing, as much as I didn't love it the first time, won't confirm or deny whether I liked it the second time any more than I did the first time. But it's a good like stepping stone into fantasy romance. Big hugs, Kendra. We're all here for you, dear. I'm going to read Inkheart to get further through today. And friends, I'm going to just do a couple more hellos and then we are going to get into a sprint because how are we 20 minutes into this already? Hello, Steph. How are you? Just made breakfast and we'll be reading Reign of Shadows and Endings. Also, Bree is here listening to One Night with a CEO. Oh, Mia Sosa. I love Mia Sosa. Adore Mia Sosa. Okay, friends, I'm gonna star us there and get us into our first sprint. We're gonna do hour-long sprints today and try and stay somewhat productive so that I can knock out a ton of Iron Flame. And I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. How did your sprint go? I feel like that sprint went pretty fast. I don't know. Maybe it was just me, but I mostly read during that. I did have to run upstairs for a couple of seconds, but I was mostly reading. And I got to, hold on, 33% of Iron Flame. And I just finished chapter 19, like right as the timer was about to go off. I had like 10 seconds left. I love when like the timer lines up with the end of a chapter. Truly one of the better moments when that works out. Doesn't always, but every once in a while it does. So yeah. Anyway, that's where I got to. And let me do a little bit of scrolling because I know we had some friends join us during that sprint. Hi, Tasha. I'm sorry you have to work today. Boo. You know, adulting does this. Need to finish the book fast for the last Clue room. I cannot believe it's the end of February and Clue is here. Like how is it almost the end of Clue, the start of Realmathon? Like I don't know how this has happened. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? Hi, Penelope. Library and coffee run. I support this. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Jen. Starting my work day and grateful for the Sprint company. Sounds good. We're going to keep each other company and accountable and productive. Or, you know, as I have said many times, rest is productive. If you need rest and you have time to take it, I support it. Hi, Michelle. I'm working and reading per usual, still working on my nonfiction reads for Book 2 prize. The Rebels Clinic is due back at the library today, but I still have 200 pages to read. Guess it's going back late. That's okay. I try to remember to return my library books on time, but sometimes, you know, I keep them an extra day to finish them or something like that. Although truly, I have not been to the physical library. I actually said this the other day. I haven't been to the physical library in, I don't even think I've been there this year, like 2025. Is that true? That might be true. I need to like go to the library and just like walk around, see what they have and like read the books I find. Like that would be so fun. I never really have the time to do that because obviously I'm working on my physical TBR and stuff, but that would be fun to do sometime. Got to chapter 20, made it to 62%, 28%, 80 pages left. You are almost there and working on lunch. What are you having? Oh, Helen only has 30 minutes left in the audiobook. So close. Hi, Alicia, just joining, working today, and I think I'm going to start Tangled Up in You this afternoon. I need to finish this. I didn't make as much progress on it this morning as I was hoping to. It's okay. I still have tomorrow. And obviously a little bit of Saturday morning to read it before the live show, but not much because I have to read Deep End on sprints. I have 2.5 hours left at my listening speed. So I should be able to finish that tomorrow. That should be fine. Tomorrow's a pretty low-key day here, other than that I have a plumber coming tomorrow to install the new tap faucet thing for my kitchen sink. If anyone doesn't know, I think I only talked about this on Patreon sprints, so probably a lot of people don't know. My kitchen tap broke. Sad days. It can still kind of work. It was like the handle that broke. So like I've still been able to use the faucet, but not easily. So I went and bought a new faucet and I've just been waiting for the plumber to come and install it because I don't do install. So that's tomorrow, but I think that's the only thing on my day tomorrow. Hi, Savin. How are you? Spent the first sprint eating dinner and went to the library. Get to pick up one of my most anticipated releases of the year. What did you pick up? What is one of your most anticipated releases? Making a thing for a game that I'll be playing for a video next week instead of doing my J job. Don't worry about it. I support this, honestly. If you can sneakily do some booktube, I'm here for it. Got to 81% of Finley Donovan. Hi, Courtney. How are you doing? No reading done, having work done in the kitchen, so having to try and find places for everything to be moved to. I understand this. I love doing renovations, but this process is always like, it's always worse before it gets better, you know, because you have to disrupt everything. You have to find places for stuff, things are stacked where you're not used to it. You can't find anything. I understand. Need to get started on laundry. Everyone, laundry reminder. I actually did my laundry this morning and like folded it and put it away. I know. I was impressed with myself. But if you have started the laundry, need to move it over, this is your reminder to do so. Should probably figure out what you're having for lunch. Yes. 68% into God Killer, going to continue for another sprint and then probably mix it up. Sounds good. I am doing Realmathon. I am on Team Monarchs. Signed up yesterday and will be my first readathon of the year. I love Realmathon. I participated in every Realmathon that has ever happened. And it's just like one of those ones that like I will always do because I love it. It's also such a great readathon for mood reading, but also like getting through Timmy's TBR because, you know, I can basically just read the books I need to read and then find what prompts they fill, which I appreciate. Hi, Min, having dinner now, and then I'll read Titanium Noir and hopefully get some work done too. Finished up with work and started my March TBR, so I picked up Misery. Is that a chunky Stephen King? Because I know a lot of Stephen Kings are chunky, but some of them aren't. Hi, Moore. Just got home from the library and coffee run. Got a chai latte. Not coffee, though. I mean, a chai latte sounds amazing. And read about 16 pages. So a very productive sprint. Yes, a library run, coffee run, got the coffee and read. Very productive. Ooh, that would be an idea to add that to Timmy's. Okay, I'm going to star that for when I make new Timmy's prompts. I love that idea. Because it would be fun to just like go in, because I don't tend to do that in a bookstore. Like usually when I go in a bookstore, I'm picking or I'm looking for books that I already know I want, because obviously I'm spending money. So I don't necessarily like pick up a random book. Every once in a while I will, but not all the time. But at a library, you totally can, because if it doesn't work out for you, you just take it back, right? Almost 100 pages in, and a lot of people don't like Deep End, but I'm liking it so far. Honestly, I've heard good reviews from a lot of people, but also less so from a lot of people as well. Like it seems to be quite mixed, but I have heard some good reviews of this. I think I'm going to like it, honestly. That's my guess. Do I think Kelsey is going to like it for B&K? No. No, I don't. But I think I'm going to have a great time. Truly. Hi, Catherine. How are you? Just joining Need the Company while I recover from strep. Oh, no. Also planning on reading Long Way Down. I hope you start to feel better really soon. Strep throat is no fun. Get the rest that you need. Got to 65% of falling. It's pretty intense. Got dinner going as well. What are you having? Oh, it's a Swedish book by your favorite author. Isn't it so exciting when your favorite author is coming out with a new book? I am truly blessed this year. Blessed in the year 2025 with how many of my like auto buy authors who do not necessarily release a book every year. A lot of them don't release a book every year, and they're all releasing a book this year. Truly. We have R.F. Kuan releasing not just a new R.F. Kuan book, but also a new Dark Academia R.F. Kuan book. Frederick Bachman releasing a new book this year. I'm truly, truly blessed. Obviously, we have the next book in the God Killer series coming out this year, the next book in When the Moon Hatched, the next book in Quicksilver. Like the amount of anticipated releases that I have for this year that are from like some of my very, very favorite authors. I'm truly the most excited, honestly. Love Realmathon 2. This will be my third year doing it. So much fun. Started Heartless Hunter. We were just talking about Heartless Hunter earlier and how I need to pick this up because everyone is totally loving it. Hi, Denise, on page 122. You are actually not that far ahead of or behind me. We are almost in the same spot. I can't say what I think about Iron Flame because it's for a very secret video. That will be out in a couple of weeks-ish because I still have to read Onyx Storm as well. So, you know, I've got a lot of reading to do. But I'm on page 202. So we're not far off from each other. It's the Schrodinger cat of books. As if it's smutty and not smutty enough. You know, truly talent to do both. Go to the library and do that at least one time every week. Today, the book that I randomly picked up was Death of a Bookseller. I've heard of this one. Did I read? I feel like I might have read this, but I might just be thinking of a different book. I'm gonna star that and double check because I feel like I might have, but like a while ago, but honestly not sure. Finished To Shape a Dragon's Breath, giving it 3 stars. Love the social commentary and alternative history, but it's too exposition heavy for my taste. Okay. Baking homemade yeast bread and dinner rolls, pizza dough prep, and then reading and planner. Sounds lovely. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Seriously, so many authors are coming out with new books this year. It pleases my heart. Hi Krista, how are you? That is not a question for me because I'm not sure, but I think it's potentially being said it's a like closer to a YA book. I feel like I've heard that. So that would lead me to believe that it's not super smutty. But I'm going to let people who've read it in the comments answer because truly not sure. Oh. I missed nothing. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I did DNF Blood of Hercules, and that's good to know that you support that DNF. Saturday morning, we're having sprints just for it. If you want to come and do it with us, pretty mid. Okay, for Blood of Hercules, yeah, that tracks with what I had read of it. There you go. I thought it was YA. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, friends, let's jump back into the sprints because I do want to stay relatively productive today because I need to read this book. But I will see you all in an hour. Welcome back. How did your sprint go? Let me know. I made it to 39% of Iron Flame. So we're moving along. We're getting it done. The percentage on this book slowly but surely moves up. She is chunky. She's very, very chunky. A lot larger than the first book. So I always feel like when I'm reading a chunky book, which I read chunky books all the time, so it's totally fine. I'm not like intimidated by reading chunky books. I think if I wasn't intimidated before last year and all the chunky fantasy I read, like totally, has gotten me out of being intimidated by reading chunky books, which is great. But no matter how many chunky books I read, and this is not even the chunkiest, but she's chunky. She's large and in charge. Whenever you're reading a chunky book and the percentage just moves so slowly, like you read a lot, but the percentage just inches up every time. And one thing that I noticed with Iron Flame is it's not even that many more pages. It's like 150 more pages. So it is more pages, but the font is smaller too. So like it doesn't feel that much more chunky, but like it is because there's so many more words per page. Obviously the audiobook is significantly longer. So I'm just like slowly watching that percentage inch up every hour. Okay, let me scroll up because I know we did have some new friends join us during that sprint. Catherine, hello. How are you? Reading Women's Murder Club. Hi, Christina. And Christina has all the reminders. Thank you so much, Christina. It is so much appreciated. All the things: hydrate, snack, laundry, meds, stretch. Hit that like button and subscribe. Thank you so much. Hi, Rainy. Hi, Ash. Going to try and squeeze in one more book for Clue. You've got this. You are not the only one, Ash. We've been chatting about this a couple of times today where like, where did February go? But like still, 2 more days really, because we have a good amount of today left, depending on where you are in the world. And then all day tomorrow still. So there's still some good reading time to be had. Hello, Jenna. How are you? Tagging the like button. Thank you so much while doing some editing. Hi, Gabby. Listening to A Botanical's Daughter while doing some work things. Hoping everyone's having a nice day. I believe we are. Hi, Chantel. How are you? I've got some running around to do today, and I wanted to pop in and hit the like button. Thank you so very much. You all are so amazing. Like, I have some of the best subscribers and friends here on BookTube, and it's always so appreciated. Even if you can just pop in and just say hi, like, I appreciate all of you so much. Hi, Alicia, getting a slice of cheesecake. What kind? Superior. I love cheesecake. Cheesecake is like one of my favorite desserts, honestly. Doing some spinner wheel tasks and budgeting while continuing Quicksilver, enjoying it. I'm so glad. Oh, Leandra has a new video, everyone. Friends, if you need a little reading break, need something to do, Leandra's videos got you covered. Got to chapter 22. Have been heads down working away and just got home from the office for afternoon in the home office. You know what? I know that still means you have lots of work to do because, I know. But home office is just better than the office. It really is. It's just better. Made it to 222 of 534 of Inkheart. She is a chunky one as well. Finished Legends and Lattes, 4 stars. I believe that's what I also gave 4 stars. Thinking I'll like the prequel, although it will have to wait. I have other things to read first. I really enjoyed Bookshops and Bone Dust. Did I like it more than Legends and Lattes? Maybe. It's a different vibe. Like, it is still a cozy vibe. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not as cozy. There's a bit more going on in Bookshops and Bone Dust, which I think I liked, but also I'm a big like baking fan. So I did like that about Legends and Lattes, that there was like baking content. So like both things be true. I honestly suspect that potentially the new book that's coming out, which I feel like comes out in November. Again, another amazing book coming out this year. This We have so many great books coming out this year. I suspect that that one may be my favorite. Just knowing what I know from reading the 2 books in the series and where that one fits and what characters are going to be in that, I think that's going to be my favorite one. Working and not reading, but I've been reading this week is Bury Your Gaze. Are you enjoying this? I've heard fabulous things. I don't think it's a me book because it's horror, but I have heard great things. Started Beautiful Ugly and got 50 pages in, hoping to finish it tomorrow. Hi, Jen. How are you? Had a doctor's appointment for your son and lunch listening to Glass Houses. Oh, perfect. It's number 13 in the Inspector Gamache series. And DNF'd Baby Dragon Cafe this morning. Okay. I honestly haven't heard like any reviews of this book. I've seen it around a lot because it's so cute and the cover's really cute and the title's really cute. And I feel like it's one that a lot of people are picking up. But I don't think I've heard anybody like actually read it and put out a review of like having read it. So that's interesting. I'm going to be reading this with Neva when I feel like much later in the year, because Neva and I have a plethora of buddy reads we want to get to this year. Even yesterday on a video, Neva was like, oh, I want to read this too. And I was like, literally, we're now planning buddy reads well into 2026. Like, it's going to be a minute. 73% of God Killer, 2 hours left. Did some chores and some Instagram. Going to switch it up in the next sprint with a Dungeon Crawler Carl 6 and a jigsaw puzzle. Had lunch and got to 39% in before I let go. Really struggled with the first half of Iron Flame. The pace was slower and it felt like it took forever to get things moving. No comment. We'll be leaving to go to the movies on this rainy afternoon. Thanks for the sprints. Have a good time at the movie stuff. I also just remembered I missed Bones last week, so I need to catch up before tonight. There you go. I feel like last week, did anything really major happen that if you don't know about it, you're going to be like missing for next week? I don't feel like anything super major happened. There was one reveal about one of the squinterns that happened last week. But like, since they're not in every episode, you might be okay. Got 10 minutes left in my audio. Think I'm going to switch The Marriage Act by John Mars, my last book for Clue. Nice. I need to read a John Mars book. I've heard fabulous things. Got to 35% and working on prompts for a thing that is going to be amazing. What could that be? I feel like there's quite a few Easter eggs in this comment for what this could potentially be. Something that I know I love, frankly. Hello. Got to page 58 of 88 of Animal Farm. For a small book, it's a dense read. It is. I haven't read Animal Farm in years. I read it in high school, so it's been a long time. But there's a lot to unearth and a lot to dig through in that book, for sure. Currently listening to Pucking Around. 84% done with A Long Way Down. This is amazing. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying your book. Made some lunch, did some dishes, and read a little bit. Can't wait for November for the third Legends and Latte book. I love that series. I'm actually really glad I read Bookshop and Bone Dust because I picked it up before this announcement came out. Like, as I was reading the book, the announcement happened. So it kind of worked out that I was like perfectly caught up in time to be like excited for this announcement. Does that make sense? Enjoying Bury Your Gaze. It's very different from the other things I've read recently. So it's a nice change. It is always nice to like change it up, read something different, just to like get a different vibe. Load of Laundry done and got to 68%. Cozy Mystery Series has another one coming out this year. The Shady Hollow series. The main characters are woodland creatures. Okay, I'm not in my cozy mystery era, but honestly, that definitely got my attention because I do love like cute animal creatures. Okay, sounds good. I'll listen to it. I'm excited. Baby Dragon Cafe helped stop me falling into a reading slump. Just an easy read, but not a favorite memorable. I understand the mixed reviews and DNFs. And you know what? Some books are just like, I picked it up at the right time. You were falling into a reading slump and it was a really like lighthearted, quick read. And sometimes you just, when you're in a reading slump, sometimes you just need a book that you can just like vibe with. Do you know what I mean? And there's always those moments where it's just like right book, right time. Wish it had been set in a fantastical world instead of modern. I didn't realize this was a, oh, no. The urban fantasy, that's the word I'm looking for, urban cozy fantasy. I assumed it was set in a fantastical world. Shady Hollow is so cute. They would be such nice audiobooks while doing things. Okay, good to know. I definitely start it because even though I'm not in my cozy misty area, again, the animals got my attention. Okay, we are at the end of the comments. The timer's gone off. We're trying to stay productive. We're not doing a bad job, friends, of it. So let's dive into our next sprint and I'll see you in an hour. Hello, hello. How did your sprint go? I was scrolling just now and I should have really looked to see how far I read, but I didn't. So let me look now. I got to 44% of Iron Flame during that sprint, which puts me at, I think I'm in the middle of a chapter, honestly, or at the start of one, middle of one. Definitely the middle of chapter 29, or mostly close to the end. I have like one page left in chapter 29. So we're making progress. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hold on. I need to scroll up because I know we had a couple of hellos. Hi, Swank. How are you? Happy Strawberry Day and happy Polar Bear Day. Oh, I like those ones. It's so big. Like when I hold it up, it's just massive. It doesn't help that it's hardcover. Had the paperback been out in this, I probably would have gotten the paperback, but that was not an option available to me. Because obviously my fourth wing is a paperback, but that's fine. That's fine. We're surviving. She's heavy though. It's not small. Yay, made it home in time for the chatty bit. Read a bit of Little Thieves and then got some editing done while watching Rachel's Onyx Storm video. So fun. Right? This happened to me last sprint, was that it like worked out to be exactly at a chapter break. And that's like never how it happens. But like, it's so great. I can't tell you, Vanessa. I'm sorry. It's for a secret project. I'm reading all 3 books for a secret project. I was talked into it. I was talked into this. And I can't tell you. But you will know soon because my plan is to read one a week and then have the video come out the week after. So basically another like two weeks until all will be revealed. Ate lunch, started watching Brittany's TBR video. Thank you so much. Now time to go pick up the littles from school. Have a safe trip and we'll see you when you get back. Also, just a little self-promotion as I'm going to do while it's up here. My TBR video went out yesterday. So if you want to see if Timmy's was nice to me for a 3rd month in a row, you can head over and check that out. Finished my book. It's 4 stars and had lunch. 4-star reads, not a bad one. Got to 37%. This book is messed up. Jen, what are you reading? I want to say the Armin Gamache book, but I think I'm wrong. Remind me what you're reading, Jen. Got a lot of gardening done on the sprint. End of February in California. Spring pruning all the dead leaves. Stems on new growth can flourish. I'm so glad that you are like having the spring weather. We are also having some spring weather, not probably the same level of spring that you are having in California, actually guaranteedly not. But you know what? I'm just excited that we're starting to have spring weather because I'm over winter. Over it. I'm over it. We've had much too much ice. Me and Vanessa have the same question. I know that I knew at one point, but I've surely forgotten. Made lunch, did a load of laundry, called the insurance company, organized and purged my jewelry. Thank you for the body doubling. Thank you for hanging out, friends. And we're not even halfway through. So fun. I love Thursdays. It's one of my favorite parts about Thursdays that we actually get to spend like a really good amount of time together. Ooh, good question. I've read both of these books. I should know the answer to the questions. I feel like there are definitely aspects where you could say yes. It has been a minute since I've read the 2 Nevermore books, or 3, the 3 Nevermore books. I'm caught up. And it's been a minute since I've read them, but I feel like there is definitely some aspects that could work for that. So satisfying. Need all the questionable books. The Marriage Act by John Mars. That's what it was. It was the John Mars book. I knew it. I knew as soon as you said it, I would be like, duh. But I didn't get there in time. Got about a half hour into my DCC 6. Oh, Dungeon Crawler Carl 6. I am impressed that I figured that out because I'm not good with acronyms. So I'm impressed with myself. Made some progress on my puzzle, going back to God Killer next. I need to read a John Mars book. Vanessa, were you on the sprint with Katie that we said we might buddy read a John Mars book? Was that you? I was in the comments. I wasn't on the screen, but I feel like we discussed this. Was that you, Vanessa? I think it was. You did not. You were not the one that got me into it. It's true. In other news, I did finish a couple things and feeling productive today. Nice. We love the productivity. Watched TBR video working on a spreadsheet and worked on bookmarks. Got to chapter 25. Took a shower and watched an episode of Bones. Nice. I'm excited to watch Bones tonight, even though season 5, I mean, we can all talk about season 5 in hushed tones. There are some good episodes in season 5 that I'm remembering now that we're rewatching season 5, but like season 5 is not my favorite. I knew I was going to like have to strap in for season 5, but I am excited to watch Bones tonight, truly. Thank you so much, Christina. This is much appreciated. Dipping your toes back in Florida winter. I mean, but is Florida winter really, like, I feel like Florida winter is like still nicer than my spring. I know this is probably true. Like, I know. And I knocked on all the wood when I said it earlier, Hillary, because I know this. Every year I fall for it. But it's looking nice for like 10 days. That's going to take us into mid-March. Will we really have more winter in the later half of March? I don't know. I'm just going to put it out in the universe. Like, I want it to be real. I need it to be real. Hello, you are not late. We still have another 4 hours of sprints. So you are totally fine. How are you? We're doing great. Finished Falling, 4 stars, intense and action-packed. Can't wait to read more from this author. You're like, that sounds like something I would have done. Totally. It's like, yeah, that sounds like something we would have done. It's only pretending to know what spring means here. Things are melting, but it's 33 Fahrenheit. Ooh, 1 degree Celsius. Yeah, that's cold. That's cold. And snow. No. I don't know what temperature it is here today. It was up now, but it's now that it's 4 o'clock, it's going to start to get cold again because nights are not warm. Yeah, we're down to 2. That's sad. We had a high of 6 today. 6 degrees Celsius. Lovely. 2, it's starting to get cold now. And the rain is starting. So it's going to be like a damp evening. But that's okay because the rain will help get rid of the snow. So I'll take it. This is why I had to create a buddy read spreadsheet for myself. I keep forgetting who I agreed to. Same, Vanessa. Same. I don't have a spreadsheet. But if it's not in my content calendar, like on every Sunday, because I'm doing a buddy read a week, if anyone doesn't know, it was kind of like my goal this year to connect with bookish friends and really hang out with them and read books with them and do a buddy read a week. So I've been putting it, if it's not written down on Sunday, like every Sunday has a new buddy read written down. And if it's not in there, I've forgotten about it. Like it has to be in the calendar. We can move the date. It can move around, but it needs to be on a Sunday just so I don't forget about it. Sassy Teenage Andarna. I will say, I haven't seen that much of Andarna in Iron Flame because if you've read the book, Andarna is going through some stuff at the beginning of this book. I'm going to talk very vaguely. So you don't actually see much of Andarna at the first part of Iron Flame. I don't know if I'll see more of her at the later part. I would love to because freaking I've heard about the sassiness of Andarna and I want to experience that, but I haven't really yet. But I've heard that it's coming. Whether it's in this book or Onyx Storm, I'm not 100% sure. What Lies Between Us was a John Mars book and was absolutely bonkers. I loved it. We had this as a potential for a B&K book club at one point. We did. And for some reason it got taken off and I don't remember why. But it was definitely a John Mars that is on my TBR that I want to read. I saw someone say 60 Fahrenheit in Florida was worse than 52 in Boston because our cold is so wet. That's fair. That's fair. Wet. Yeah. A damp cold is a different type of cold for sure. For sure. Okay, friends, I'm actually going to start there because I need to run upstairs and do something because I hear my son asking for me. So I'm going to start and just let the sprints go into the next one, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, friends. How was your sprint? I read a little bit. I'm now at 48% of Iron Flame. If you're wondering why the dust jacket is back on the book, it's because I filmed a very, very quick TikTok at the end of that sprint, which I have quickly edited, but I do need to post it. So at the start of the next sprint, I will post that to Instagram and to TikTok. I also went upstairs and refreshed the coffee because it's about that time where the coffee needs to be refreshed. It is decaf, but it will hopefully trick my body into giving me energy. So yeah, I made the coffee, read a little bit, filmed the TikTok, and yeah, that's pretty much all I did. In the next sprint, I'll post that, and I need to go up and cook dinner. Not really cook dinner. We're doing leftovers, but I have to facilitate the child getting the dinner, if that makes sense. So I have to go upstairs and do that in the next sprint, and then I'll read after that. So won't read for the whole sprint, but I should be able to read for a good amount of it still. Okay, let me scroll up just a little bit to where everyone kind of jumped in. Got to 42%, and it's time to get the kids off the bus. Might I add, I just went upstairs, obviously, to refresh the coffee. Earlier today, I was saying, oh, the weather knocked on all the wood. Friends. Okay, it was 6 degrees earlier. Bright sun, gorgeous day, beautiful, lovely. And I know Tennille had told me that it was snowing where they were. And that should have been a clue that, like, maybe that would drift towards me because we don't live that far apart. But it was sunny at that time, and it was sunny and beautiful. Well, now it's snowing. Now it's snowing. And if that isn't Nova Scotia weather in a nutshell, of like that it can be beautiful and gorgeous spring day and then be snowing, I don't know what else is. Like, really, I was like, what is happening outside? It was not calling for snow here. It was calling for rain here this evening. And now it's calling for snow, but it wasn't. It was definitely supposed to be rain when I looked. It's fine. I don't think it's supposed to be a lot of snow, but still, I don't want it. Just returned from getting the kiddos and got afternoon snacks. Hoping the spinner wheel will let me read in the next sprint, sending you reading vibes. Film so I can listen in the next sprint. Nice. Got some cleaning done and made ramen. Oh, I love ramen. Tennille, I was just talking about you. How are you? Off work and having supper before going to the community center, debating starting a new audiobook, even though I most likely won't finish it before Clue. That's okay. If you're feeling like starting a new book, because I know you're a big mood reader, I would say go for it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. It's okay that you won't finish it in the next 2 days. Like, if you can get a book in and it's not going to stress you out, that's great too. But like, do whatever makes you happy at this point in a readathon. Like, I will always, I used to want to try and finish books and not have them go into the next month. And I've gone away from that in the last few, I would say years, but in like the last year, I'm like, you know what? If it floats into next month, that's okay. Like reading can be whenever, Got to 82% of God Killer, enjoying it and plan to keep going in the next sprint. And I think we talked about this. Is this your first time reading God Killer? On page 258, have around 50 pages. I'm pretty sure you said this was a reread. But now I'm starting to second guess myself. Got to page 136 in Curl Friends, New in Town, a graphic novel. Reading this for the dining room. Nice. Got to chapter 28. Hello, Morgan. How are you? Need to get some work done, so I'll be using these sprints for productivity. Sounds lovely. We're trying to keep in a productive mood today because I need to put a dent in this very chunky book. So we should be able to help you out with that. Yeah, I think it's just part of like living, I'm sure every weather can be like that, but I think when you live near a coastal place, it really happens quite often where the weather can just like change so fast. 70% into Done and Dusted. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's fair. Want to get paid. Oh no. Yeah, it's now snowing here. And I'm like over it. No, it is your first time. Okay, that's so exciting. I'm so glad you're enjoying it for your first time reading it. I love God Killer. I don't think it gets as much praise as honestly it should for a debut fantasy series. Like, truly, I think it's highly underrated for how fabulous it is. Finished my book Out on a Limb. Very good, Meg. Are you going to be reading Out on the Woods? Can I convince you to do so? Because Out of the Woods, top tier. I gave it 5 stars. It follows Sarah and Caleb, who you met in this book, and I adored it. Adored it. I just finished it. When did I finish it? Last Thursday? Maybe? Last Thursday, Friday? I had to finish. It must have been Thursday. It was definitely Thursday because it's in my behind the scenes vlog for my patrons, and I stopped that on Thursday. I didn't film on Friday. So it must have been Thursday that I finished it. And I really, really enjoyed it. And I read it for B&K, and I also read it for my in-person book club. Like, it worked out that both book clubs were reading the same book, and I was like, that's so great. Spinner wheel task number 1 is to do budgeting. Spinner wheel task is to read Quicksilver for 45 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. You know, get some adulting done, and then you get to have some reading done, you know? Watch 2 episodes of my show. Don't know what I'll do in the next sprint. Might watch 2 more episodes or read. I don't know yet. You know what? Either one of those is pretty good. Those are 2 pretty good options. Honestly, I've been saying this for a really long time, which is, it is somewhat the point of this vlog, is that I'm not a huge romantasy reader, but at the end of last year, I got into romantasy. So, you know, that it's a secret project, so I can't go too much into it, but that definitely is one of the reasons that I might be picking this up, is that I'm starting to actually enjoy romantasy now. And I wasn't when Fourth Wing originally came out. Will that change my opinion on it? I don't know. So I can't say what I feel about Iron Flame. But I can tell you whether I think you should pick it up. Because I think I kind of know at least who it would work for. Do you read a lot of fantasy? Like, what kind of fantasy do you normally like? That's my question. Because I will say, this isn't a spoiler because a lot of people have said it. I do think Iron Flame has a lot more fantasy in it than Fourth Wing. Especially if you want political fantasy. That's all I'm sorry I'm being so vague, Morgan. It's because it's for a very secret vlog. So I hope that helps. Feel like, although I will say it's a long, chunky book. She's long, she's chunky, she's here. She's a lot. Feel like the books that get released in the UK earlier don't get as much hype. I agree. I'm so glad that you commented on my Goodreads clear out for Invisible Library, because you said something in that comment that might have something to do with a project that I'm currently working on about genre blends. And you told me that the Invisible Library is a genre blend. And I went, really? Because I also agree that that's not a book that I hear talked about very often. Like, even though it's a little bit of an older book, it's not one that I hear talked about very often. I think a lot of people would be interested in it. So when you told me that, I went, interesting. Yes, I would highly recommend, honestly. But I will say, this is as someone who didn't love Out on a Limb. Now, I will say I love the writing in Out on a Limb. I really, really did. Unexpected Pregnancy Trope is never going to be a book that I enjoy, which is why I put off reading it for so long. But that's just a trope thing. That trope just like doesn't work for me. It was nothing against the book, the writing. I haven't written anything. I've read other Hannah Bottom Young books, and I love the writing style of the author. Like, truly already knew that. That was just like a trope. I just should stay away from that trope because I know better. Really. I should know better. Why I picked it up. Well, I was told that I needed to read it to read Out of the Woods, but I could see that because it is nice to know who Sarah and Caleb is before reading that. But I do think you could read Out of the Woods without reading it if you wanted to. But I loved Out of the Woods. And the other book that I read by this author was Next of Kin. I need to read more, truly, because there is quite a large backlist that I haven't read. Jean, thank you so much. That is so appreciated, honestly. And good job going to vote. This is a great reminder to all of our Ontario, Canada friends. It is voting day. Go out, have your say in what's going on in Ontario with their provincial election. And leaving me up on the TV is much appreciated because those watch hours are so lovely for me and much, much appreciated. Don't think romantasy is my thing either. I've tried 2 books, one of them being Fourth Wing, and I don't really like romance in general. I like fantasy better. If you are more of a fantasy reader and want to dip your toe into a romantasy, I honestly would recommend Quicksilver because truly, yes, there is a romance in Quicksilver, but there's romances in a lot of fantasy books. Like just because there's a romance in a book doesn't mean it's not a fantasy book. And I will say it is a romance. Quicksilver is a romantasy book, but there is such a large amount of fantasy content. And I do think the fantasy content is written very, very well in Quicksilver, which is not always the case in fantasy romance books, which is what I critique fantasy romance books or romantasy books the most for, is that we focus so much on the romance vibes that we let the fantasy just go up in flames, and it's just not well plotted in the fantasy side of things. And it's what I critique fantasy romance for the most when I do read it. So usually if I'm saying not to say that I'm an expert in any way, shape, or form, because I am not. I'm newer to the subgenre. But usually the ones that I like are because the fantasy is very strong, if that makes sense. I don't typically like ones that kind of let the fantasy fall apart. That's not my vibe. I want it to be good, solid fantasy. I want the characters to be good. The characters have to be good too. I need to have really good character development. I need all the pieces for it to work for me. With a fantasy romance, which I find is not always the case in all fantasy romances. Got the entire Invisible Library series for Christmas and I need to start it. Well, I'm going to just let you know that it may be showing up in a genre blend comp club at some point. We haven't picked, we have a couple of books on a list that are potential for the next round. Read and enjoyed the Mistborn series. Everhard is a Doorway, Vicious. Okay, House in this really. Okay, you know what I would recommend to you, honestly, Morgan, if you want to get into fantasy romance, honestly, because a lot of those books that you listed, not all of them, but I would say a few of those would lean slightly into a cozier fantasy in style. I would recommend to you Sword Heart by T. Kingfisher. I really, really would. This is a great cozy fantasy with an older main character, 35, not old by any means, but not a child or not a teenager who is doing like stupid teenager things. And it is very sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek, which I really liked. But the romance was pretty strong. The fantasy was also really good. It is a journey book, like a journey fantasy book, and it's cozy. It's very, very cozy. It's really a cozy fantasy romance where I would say it falls really strongly into both. So definitely something that I would recommend. Okay. Read the first book in the library, The Invisible Library, before I knew it was a genre blend. It's honestly hard to know if a book is a genre blend until somebody tells you. That was something that Julie and I were really struggling with. So if you have books that you know are genre blends, if you could let us know, it would be super helpful. Getting a lot done this go round. A bunch of us romantasy girlies found out our Kickstarters are launching. Oh, that's exciting. Would recommend. Alicia's also enjoying it. What I mean about not liking romantasy is that I don't like the romance being the main focus. I like yes. I think we're on the same page. We're totally on the same page here on that one. You could argue that would be, I would call that a sci-fi romance because it's technically not fantasy, it's sci-fi. There are fantastical elements though, but I would still call it a sci-fi romance. But yeah, you definitely could. Was going to buy Quicksilver, but it looked like it's an interesting series, and I thought the book too something. Yeah, I would recommend Quicksilver. Honestly, really liked it. Sword Heart, honestly. Can I get you all to try Sword Heart? I'm currently reading another book in this series, which I keep comparing it to Sword Heart. Not in this series, sorry, in the same world. It's a different series in the same world. And I definitely liked this one better. I think this one was a more comprehensive story. The character work was more in-depthly. The world was really well done. There was a lot of great things that I liked about Sword Heart. Yeah, please check it out. Yeah, T. Kingfisher, right? I know. Fantasy romance written by T. Kingfisher. Some romance can be super cringy. It's true. And especially if it's a spicy romance, if you're not loving the characters and not engaged in the characters, it can come off so cringy. I haven't, but I really want to, especially since Neva just recently read this and adored it. Loved Voyage of the Damned. I really did. Really did. This is another great shout. Where I would say this is very strong fantasy as well. It has more, it's not dark academia, but I would say the characters have a dark academia vibe to them. So if you like dark academia, I think you'd really like this as well. The new edition is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You know what? Fair. And the thing is, if it's giving you the cringe, you can't like unsee it. It's like the ick. If anyone has seen what was that show on Netflix with the rabbi and the podcaster? Cannot think of the name of it, but they do a whole episode about the ick. And cringe is the same way. Like once you have the ick or you are cringed, like you can't unsee it. You can't get rid of it. You can't go back. Like it's there and and you can't unsee it. Before we go into a sprint, though, I want to say hi, Mel. How are you? And hello, baby and kitties. How are you all? We are about to jump into a sprint. So, like, the ick is like when something makes you feel like, that's kind of gross. So, like, if someone does something, like maybe they chew with their mouth open and it makes you kind of go like if you're in a relationship and you just can't unsee it. Do you know what I mean? That's what the ick is. Just got bumped down for a nap and now it's time for reading. It sounds good. Okay. I'm going to star the comment there and get us into a sprint because we had a little bit of a longer chat, which was totally fine. I love having a little chatty time and we've actually been very productive today. So you know what? It was time. It was time for a good little chat. And I really love like talking about books that like are sitting on my shelves that I've kind of like not chatted about in a while. Although I have chatted about Sword Heart recently where I'm reading Paladin's Grace right now. Tennille and I have been talking, and Bronwyn and I, Tennille and Bronwyn and I, we're doing a buddy read, and we've been talking about Sword Heart quite a bit. Okay. We're going to get into sprints, though, because I need to post that TikTok, go make dinner, read more of Iron Flame. I will see you in an hour, friends. Right as the timer was going to go off, I was like, I am going to sneeze. just just right this minute. Anyway, I finished right on a chapter again. I feel like that has been happening a lot today, where like fourth wing chapters have lined up perfectly with the breaks. So I am now on chapter 36 of Iron Flame, which puts me, I think it was 52% through this book. 52%. So I have passed the halfway point. There's still so much book to read. And I definitely will not be finishing it today. We knew that going in. There was almost no possibility that I finished it today. Actually, there wasn't almost. There was none. But that's okay. I'll finish it. I would like to say over the weekend, but that's probably not going to happen. But we still have a couple more sprints. We'll at least get one more in. Maybe just one more. We'll see. I'll do sprint math when we see how long we chat. And we'll do some sprint math. Okay. Hi, Emily. How are you? I love that you're reading this book because I'm reading a book in this series right now. My audiobook currently is Tangled Up in You for my Patreon book club. We have a live show on Saturday. Yes, Saturday for this show. And I love this series. If the Shoe Fits is one of my favorites. My favorite is the second book, By the Book. But that's Beauty and the Beast. It's hard for me to ever have like a retelling series where it's like different fairy tales and Beauty and the Beast not be my favorite one. Like that's hard for anything to do. But as of going into the fourth book, I would have said If the Shoe Fits was my second. And I'm only about halfway through Tangled Up in You. So I don't know where that's going to fall in like the, which ones are my favorite. But I'm currently reading the Rapunzel retelling in that series. Dad came over to drop something off, so I missed the chatty bet, but I picked up the Well of Ascension after picked it back up for the first time in a month. I finally finished Hero of Ages this week. Took me forever to read that book. And it wasn't really the book's fault. It was just that like it was not a priority read. So it just kept getting like pushed off. And pushed off and pushed off and pushed off. Every time I'd start listening to the audiobook, then another audiobook that I needed to finish first for a book club or what have you would, bump that off as my audiobook. And here it was. Oh, that means I have access to that. Oh, I'm excited to watch it, Brie. Also, have a safe drive home. Got to 17%, making dinner, broccoli cheddar soup. That sounds amazing. Read a few pages of 11/22/63. Watched 2 episodes of Go See. Is this like an anime? I don't know what this is. And I brushed my teeth, so I'm done. So I've done a bit. You've definitely got a lot done. I have made a dent. It doesn't feel like it because, again, with big chunky books, percentages, like it doesn't feel like I've read that much percentage-wise. But I don't actually, actually I do. I remember I was 160 pages through this book when we started. And I'm now 320 pages. So I've almost read 200 pages today. I probably will have read 200 pages. And considering it's a pretty chunky fantasy that I've never read before with very small font, I'm not mad at that. Because I should at least get, I would say, another 40 pages done before Bones tonight. So we've made a dent in Iron Flame. Chapter 11, chapter 31, 93% with 30 minutes to go on God Killer. So close. Gonna knock it out and do some more chores and then decide what's next. Updated my story graph. Finished my book, updated Clue. I think it's my last one. I need to take a break before Realmathon starts. Plus things at home need doing, and I keep putting it off. The adulting does need to happen. And sometimes we don't want to. A lot of times we don't want to. I feel this where it's like, oh, I must adult, but I just don't want to. Just updated my spreadsheet, then going to bed for the night. Jody, thank you so much for hanging out with us for today. It's much appreciated. I am. Did YouTube pause your stream? How rude, YouTube. So rude. Made it to 50% of just for the summer. This is a reread. I forgot how heavy some of the parts of this book are, but I'm enjoying it. I'm about to be reading this. This is Abby Hebenez's Just for the Summer. Realistically, it's on March's Timmy's TBR, but I'll probably hold off and read it in April. So it will be a rollover because it is my March, April book club book for my patrons, and the live show will be in April. So I'm not going to want to read it in March. And then I'll have forgotten everything by the time April comes. Like, let's be honest. Got some good work done. I think I'm procrastinating starting next home owner chores. Totally fair. Totally fair. There's some chores that I will just put off and put off and put off for days because I just don't want to fuss with it, you know? Read Tangled Up in You. It's so good. And buy the book too for the readathon. Can't wait for the next one to come out in the series. I am so excited. I ended up getting a e-arc for worth it. What's it called? Feel like it's worth fighting for. That's what it is. I got there. I got there. Worth fighting for. And that's a Mulan retelling. And I'm very excited about that one as well. Going to be getting dinner started and trying to understand some legalese for procedural safeguards for a meeting I have next week. Ugh. Good luck. By the way, that's a long wait. It is on the Audible Plus library if you are looking for the audiobook. Starting that one next, I plan on going right into it as soon as I finish this one and reading it a bit at a time throughout the month. Oh, Hero of Ages. Yes. Nobody else has started Warbreaker yet. So since no one started Warbreaker, I am going to try and catch up on Wheel of Time because realistically, I need to catch up on Wheel of Time. But honestly, even that's probably going to be a couple weeks because I have book club books that I have to read back to back to back because I have to finish Tangled Up in You before the live show on Saturday. I have to read Deep End on Saturday for B&K Book Club sprints. And then I need to read The Undertaking of Heart and Mercy next week before the live show on Saturday. So those are going to be my next 3 like priority reads while also reading the rest of the Empyrean series because I need to finish this by March 10th. So that's a stack that I just said. Luckily, some of them are romances. So they'll read fairly quickly. And I have the audios for all of them except for Deep End. Deep End is saying I still have 2 weeks out. I'm hoping someone hits deliver later and I get it before Saturday. We're going to hope for the best. Also just finished Well of Ascension. Was a bit slower than the Final Empire, but still greatly enjoyed it. Didn't actually manage to read, had some breakfast and edited and uploaded a video. Nice. Everyone, Mel has a new video. Is it, oh, you said uploaded. Is it published yet? I should have asked that question first. My brain is 6.5 hours into a live stream at this point. Oh, Going 17. I should have put that together, honestly. Because I know we've chatted about Going 17 in sprints before, and my brain did not put that together, but it really should have. Honestly, I didn't love Kiss the Girl. It's the only one in the series that I haven't liked yet, which makes me very, very sad. And yes, Worth Fighting For is the Mulan retelling. But you might like it better than I did for Kiss the Girl. Time to go walk the pup and hopefully bask in nicer weather for just a little bit longer. This is true, everyone. Roll of Reads readathon starts tomorrow. Exciting. Bob just woke up and we're waiting for his bottle to warm up. I think we'll watch a Gavin video while we have the bottle. Love Gavin. Gavin's great when you have like a good amount of time too, because like they're longer videos. So you can just like really like sit back and enjoy. Want to finish one more chapter in the Rebels Clinic and then need to switch to fiction. May start Blanche Cleans Up, the second in the Barbara Neely Blanche White series. That'll probably be when I get to it, honestly, is April. Because I really do need to read the next 2 Wheel of Time style. They're both smaller, but yeah, those have to happen first, or at least one of them. Maybe not both, but one of them definitely does. We'll go live tomorrow. Literally. I know. I have so many deadlines right now for books, and it's going to be rough. But I think it's doable. Next week, I have a lot of time to read.
Um, and there's a couple of fun things happening next week, friends, here on the channel. So one thing I've been doing over on TikTok is doing my screen time switches for reading time, but only for one day a week, because it's been a good time to like knock out a lot of reading in one day. And I've just been using like my average screen time for the week. So Margaret and I decided to do it together next week, and we're going to be running sprints. Yay. 4 hours on my channel, 4 hours on Margaret's channel. I believe those are Wednesday. Pretty sure they're Wednesday. So I've got sprints here on the weekend, which I don't normally do. B&K sprints Sunday morning. So I have sprints then. I have sprints with Margaret on Wednesday. I always have Monday sprints with my patrons. So like I have a lot of time to be reading in the next few weeks. So like that'll be real, or not next few weeks, like in the next week to get all these done. It's Worth Fighting For by, oh, who wrote this one? I know this answer. I forget the author's name because every book is in the series is written by a different author. And it's not coming to me right now. And I totally know the answer to the question, and it is just not coming to me. So I will look it up during the sprint if somebody doesn't. Thank you. Thank you, Emily. I love this. That's so cute. Oh, yay. I'll pop into the comments. That's so fun. I love sprints. Thank you for posting the announcement. Oh, no, you're fine. You are totally fine. Honestly, anything you do is so helpful. No worries. What's that for me? That'll be nice and early in the morning. Like I'll start my day off with you, I think. That'll be like, ooh, I'll pop in at the end probably, because I think that's like 3 o'clock in the morning for me. But if you're going for a couple hours, I'm usually up around 5 or 6, so I can pop in at the end. I think that's math. Oh, sorry, Pacific Standard Time. I was thinking we were talking Australia time. Again, I have been here for 6.5 hours. So that's actually perfect time, honestly. No, I didn't know about this. I'll have to look it up. Star. I always just star so many comments, and then at the end of sprints, I have to go look up and add to Goodreads like 17 books. Happens every time. No, you do not have to read them in order. They're not connected in any way, shape, or form. They're all written by different authors, so you can totally read them out of order. And I did. I started with Beauty and the Beast and then went backwards. Like you don't even have cameos of other people in them. They're like literally only connected because they are a retelling series that is somehow commissioned by Disney, and they are connected to Disney. And when you get the retelling, you are getting a very Disney version of the retelling. Like it sticks to the Disney movie very, very closely, except it's a contemporary romance. But like you're going to see a lot of Easter eggs to the Disney movie. Because it is like connected to Disney. Like if you look at the back of Tangled Up in You, it has like a commission by Disney, da da da. So it's not like a retelling of like an original like the original stories. It's the retelling of the Disney versions. There is not a Lion King one. The Mulan one comes out in June, I think is what we said. We set it up here earlier. Hold on. I feel like it's June. I can't find it now, but I'm pretty sure it's June. But there might be more because I doubt they're going to stop with this. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to keep making new ones. So, yeah. Okay, friends, this is going to be, we're going to do one more, and then we'll come back and do one more chat. And then I'll be off to Bones. But I will see you in an hour.
How did that last sprint go for you all? I did not read a ton. I read 2% of Iron Flame and got 2. Look, I made it to an exciting part. Part 2. I've made it to part 2. I feel like that's a good place to end it for the night. So that worked out well. I also did a vlog update because obviously I've read a lot today. Needed to update the vlog on my thoughts of everything that I had read, which, had thoughts. And what else did I do? Oh, just a bunch of Patreon stuff. I sent out reminders that we have bones in half an hour and sent out a couple welcome messages to some new members. And that's what I did. That was pretty much it. So it was admin, vlogging, teeny tiny bit of reading. But it worked out. Okay, so where were we? Thank you everyone who, I know a few people have already ducked out. Thank you so much. If you're watching it back, if you're here, thanks for hanging out with me. I mean, almost 8 hours. We're still going to chat for a little bit. We'll be close to 8 hours by the time it's over. Thank you so very much. We are going to get to the comments, but just in case anyone ducks out during our chat, I just want to remind you one last time that there will be more sprints here on Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be reading Deep End with Kelsey. However, those will be spoiler free. So you can read Deep End with us, or you can come and just hang out and read and do whatever productivity. We're going to sprint for about 4 hours before my Patreon live show. So that'll be fun. Bethany was lurking today and now making dinner. Have a good evening, everyone. I'm so glad you're enjoying your book. That's amazing. Love how it talks about history and how history can repeat itself sometimes. Read a few pages of 11/22/63 while watching 2 episodes of Going 17. I now know what this is. Loving this book. It's super good. And of course, I'm loving the show too at 33%. Think I found all the books I need to get done by tomorrow night. How many do you need to get done by tomorrow night, Christina? Is it a big stack? I only have one book that I need to finish tomorrow. Tangled Up in You. I cannot go to bed tomorrow night and not have that book done. Because obviously need to read it for the live show. But again, I think I said I only have about 2 hours left. 2.5 hours of that. So that should be doable to finish tomorrow. This will not be getting finished before the end of the month. There's no way. Again, my goal to finish this is Tuesday. I do think that might be doable to finish this by the end of day Tuesday. I feel like that may be fine. Although, do I need to finish it by the end of day Tuesday or the start of day Tuesday? What is a week for Onyx Storm? Realistically, I should finish it by like middle of the day Tuesday, and that'll give me a week with Onyx Storm. Although realistically, I don't know if Onyx Storm really needs a week, but who knows? Thank you, Christina. Thank you for all these reminders. All caught up for Bones. When my dad showed up, I wasn't sure how long he was going to stay, so I was a little worried I wouldn't be catch up in time. Well, I'm glad you got caught up. I'm so ready to watch Bones. I'm also ready to just have a snack, get cozy, get comfy, all the good stuff. Read the toddler a couple of books. His attention span is getting a little bit better, and he's starting to bring me picture books. That's so fun. So fun. Also, Christina, thank you so much for dropping all the links. So if you are looking for more sprints, we have Nicole, we've got Vanessa, and we also have the sprint spreadsheet all linked here for those looking for more sprints. Finished God Killer, gave it 4 stars due to some uneven pacing in the first half, but really loved it. Looking forward to Sunbringers. Sounds good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll be here for Deep End. Sounds great. I'm excited. I think I'm going to really love this book, honestly. Again, not sure if Kelsey's going to love it, but that's okay. We don't always love the same books. Next month, I think Kelsey's going to love next month, and I'm unsure because it's a lit fic. By next month, I mean April. Because obviously March is Deep End. Okay, 5 prompts, but I can do it with 2 books, maybe 3. Okay, that's doable, I think. Maybe. It depends on the size of the books, obviously. Or how far you're through some of them. Got to page 184, making progress. made dinner, mac and cheese and strawberries, dealt with the temper tantrum, and got to chapter 4 of Quicksilver, intrigued but very bored already with the pacing. That's fair. I did say that's the only reason this didn't get 5 stars for me was the beginning didn't like it took a minute to get into Quicksilver. It's the only reason I dropped it from a 5 star. But it like once it picks up, it picks up. So, yeah. But I think that's it, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all on Saturday if I don't see you at Bones later tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out, friends. It was a lovely, lovely Thursday. I had such a great time with you all. And like I said, I'll see you either later or on the weekend. Happy reading, and I hope you all have a great Friday. Bye.